I am not a religious man, yet I am the most religious person you will ever meet. Your religions are nothing but graveyards of dead beliefs, while true religiousness is a living dance of consciousness. I say to you, God is the greatest lie ever sold to humanity. And only when you drop this God can you finally discover the divine within yourself. Do not believe, know. Hello, my friends, my beloveds. I see you there, wandering in a world that feels increasingly hollow, searching for a foundation that never seems to stay firm under your feet. You have been told for centuries that religion is your guiding light, that it is the moral compass that will lead you through the darkness of life. But look around you. Look at the state of humanity. We see societies torn apart, nations at war, and individuals filled with an inner conflict that never ceases. And all of this is done in the name of God, in the name of holy books, in the name of ancient traditions. I tell you, the tragedy of man is that religion has become a corpse, and you are carrying it on your shoulders like a heavy burden. It is time to drop the dead. It is time to realize that religion as you know it has reached its expiration date. But when I say religion is dead, do not misunderstand me. I am not saying that truth is dead. I am not saying that the divine is dead. I am saying that the organized thing you call religion, those rituals, those dogmas, those dead beliefs, has become a barrier between you and the truth. To be truly religious, you must first be free from religions. You must go beyond belief. You must enter the realm of religiousness, which is not an organization but a state of your own heart. Before we dive deeper into this fire, I want to invite you to join this gathering of souls. If these words resonate with the silence in your heart, consider subscribing to this channel and hitting that notification bell. It is not about building an institution, it is about creating a space where the truth can be heard. And if you feel moved to support this work, to help us reach more seekers who are lost in the desert of belief, you can use the super thanks button or join our community through the join button. We also have ebooks available that dive even deeper into these mysteries. They are there to serve as mirrors for your own awakening. You see, my friends, truth can never become old. In my talks, especially when I speak about the beyond and beyond, I always emphasize that truth is always living, always new, always young. It is the eternal. But the moment you try to trap truth in a word, the moment you try to organize it into a church or a temple, it dies. It becomes a belief. And belief is always second-hand. It is borrowed. You believe in God because your parents told you to, because your priest told you to, because a book told you to. But have you known? Have you felt? If you have not felt the divine in your own pulse, if you have not seen the light in your own darkness, then your God is just a word, a hollow shell. Organized religion is fundamentally an expiration of a living experience. Someone, somewhere, a Buddha, a Jesus, a Krishna, experienced the ultimate. They were filled with light. But then the followers came. And the followers are always the ones who create the religion. They take the living words of the Master and turn them into a doctrine. They take the spontaneous dance and turn it into a ritual. The followers are like people who try to catch the wind in a box. The moment the wind is in the box, it is no longer the wind. It has stopped moving. It is dead air. If you find yourself nodding along, if you feel that your own soul is tired of these boxes, leave a comment below. Tell me, what is the one belief you are ready to drop today? Your comments are not just text. They are expressions of your readiness to wake up. And when you share this video with others, you are not just sharing a link, you are sharing a possibility for someone else to breathe fresh air. In my book, The Eternal Quest, I talk about how there are 3 dimensions through which you can see the world. One is science. That is the objective way. It is thinking about reality through experiments and logic. It is useful for the outside world. The second is philosophy. This is thinking about reality speculatively. It is subjective. You sit in your armchair and you think about why and how. But the third dimension is religion. And I define religion not as thinking about reality at all, but as experiencing it. Science is observation. Philosophy is speculation. Religion is transformation. You cannot think your way to the truth. You can think about water for 1,000 years, but you will still be thirsty. To quench your thirst, you must drink. To know the truth, you must be it. This is why I say be religious, but don't belong to a religion. Religiousness is an individual flowering. It is what a man does in his aloneness. As I have said, In religion's expiration date, the world is terrified of aloneness. Everything in your society is designed to help you escape yourself. Your movies, your politics, your crowded markets, and yes, your organized religions. They give you a crowd to belong to so that you don't have to face the vast emptiness within. But that emptiness is not a hole to be filled, it is a space to be experienced. It is the door to the divine. When you are alone, completely alone, not lonely, but alone, you are for the first time in contact with your own being. And that being is not Indian, it is not German, it is not Christian, it is not Hindu, it is just a pure isness. Look at the flowers. They don't belong to a church. Look at the stars. They don't follow a scripture. They are religious because they are in harmony with the whole. Man is the only animal that has lost this harmony, because man has traded experience for explanation. You want an explanation for everything. You want a map before you even start the journey. But truth has no map. It is a pathless land. This is the radical vision I want to share with you. To be religious is to be a rebel. It is to say, I will not accept any truth that is not my own. I will not follow any light that does not burn within me. It takes great courage to be a samana, as the Buddha called it, one who leaves the home of comfort, the home of social conditioning, to reach the source. In the discipline of transcendence, we discuss how the samana is one who understands the mind and reaches the immaterial source. This is not about becoming a monk in a monastery. It is about becoming an individual in the midst of the world. To support this journey, to keep this rebellion alive in your heart, remember to check out our ebooks. They are tools for the inner revolution. And if you feel that this message needs to reach the corners of the earth, your support through the join button or super thanks helps us maintain the technology and the reach to keep this fire burning. The organized religion says believe. I say doubt. Doubt everything until you find that which cannot be doubted. Doubt is not the enemy of truth. It is the tool of the seeker. Only through doubt will you get rid of the rubbish that has been poured into your head since the day you were born. Your mind is like a mirror covered in dust. The dust is your knowledge, your belief, your identity. Religion's purpose is to fan the flame strong enough to burn through those layers of rubbish so that you can see with the crystal clear gaze of an enlightened being. You have been conditioned to be a mummy of a person, something preserved from the past, wrapped in bandages of tradition. But I want you to be a living mother to your own soul. In the discipline of transcendence, I made this distinction. The mummy is a pretension of a mother, a biological cell that wants to possess you, to make you follow. But a true mother helps you to become independent, to find your own life, your own destiny. Organized religion is a mummy. It wants to keep you as a child, forever dependent on the priest, forever afraid of hell, forever greedy for heaven. I want you to be your own mother. I want you to give birth to your own consciousness. This process of giving birth to yourself is what I call the eternal quest. It is not a quest for something outside of you. It is a quest for the one who is looking. The seeker is the sought, but you are looking in the wrong direction. You are looking at the icons on the wall, the words on the page. Turn your gaze 180 degrees. Look at the one who is reading these words. Look at the one who is breathing right now. In that turning, the religion dies and religiousness is born. Is it not strange that we fight over God? How can you fight over that which is the very source of love? You fight because your God is an idea, and ideas can be threatened. If your God is an experience, no one can take it from you, and you feel no need to defend it. You don't see people fighting over whether the sun exists. It is there. It is a fact. The divine should be a fact of your life, not a fiction of your mind. We are living in a time where the old structures are crumbling. Capitalism, socialism, technology, all these are changing the face of the earth. In the eternal quest, I mention how technology will eventually make human labor superfluous. When that happens, the whole structure of society will change. And when the struggle for survival is gone, the only question left will be, who am I? Why am I here? The old religions will have no answer for the technological man, because they are based on poverty, fear, and suffering. We need a religiousness that is based on abundance, joy, and meditation. If you are ready for that joy, if you are ready to move from the old to the ancient eternal, then let us walk this path together. Don't forget to like this video if it has sparked a light in you, and share it with those who are still carrying the dead weight of the past. Your engagement helps this algorithm find the seekers in the dark. Every moment is an opportunity to drop the baggage. Why wait for a tomorrow that never comes? The expiration date of your social conditioning was yesterday. Today is the day of your freedom. Religion is fundamentally what happens when you stop running away from yourself. It is the silence that remains when the noise of the world and the noise of the mind have been transcended. It is a discipline of transcendence. Wait, look at your breath for a moment. Don't change it, just watch it. In that watching, where is the Hindu? Where is the Christian? Where is the sinner? Where is the saint? There is only the breathing. There is only life. That life is the only temple worth entering. Everything else is a marketplace. The priests have turned the temples into marketplaces, selling you insurance for the afterlife. I say, live this life so totally that the afterlife takes care of itself. If you are whole here, you will be whole there. If you are a light here, you will be a light there. And this wholeness is not a distant goal. It is your very nature. You have just forgotten it because you were too busy memorizing the map given to you by the church. Throw away the map. Enter the forest. The map is not the territory. The word fire is not the fire. Don't be satisfied with the word burn. Let the truth burn away everything that is false in you. As we continue this journey into the radical vision of a world without religions, but full of religiousness, I want to remind you that your support makes this possible. Clicking that join button or sending a super thanks is a way of saying yes to this flow. It allows us to keep producing this content without compromise. And our ebooks are always there to provide a deeper foundation for your daily meditation. Because meditation is not an act, it is a quality you bring to your life. It is the fire I spoke of, the fire that must burn away the borrowed knowledge you have mistaken for your own soul. You have been told that to be religious is to follow a set of commandments, to be a good person, according to the standards of the crowd. But Buddha says something entirely different in the discipline of transcendence. He speaks of the sramana. A sramana is one who leaves their parents, goes out of the home, understands the mind, and reaches the source. Now don't take this literally. Leaving your parents doesn't mean you must physically abandon your elderly mother and father. That would be a misunderstanding. To leave your parents means to leave the conditioning they have imposed upon you. Your parents are your first society. They are the ones who gave you your name, your religion, your morality, your prejudices. They didn't do it out of malice. They were doing to you what was done to them. It is a chain of mummies passing on their bandages. To leave the home means to leave the comfort of your psychological certainties. Your beliefs are your home. They make you feel safe. They give you the illusion that you know where you are going and what life is about. But this safety is a prison. A real seeker is a nomad of the spirit. He is willing to stand under the open sky, exposed to the winds and the rain, because only in that exposure can he encounter the vastness of the truth. When you stay inside the house of your traditions, you see only what the windows allow you to see. And those windows are covered in the dust of centuries. When Buddha says, understand the mind, he is giving you the key to the whole mystery. Your mind is not you. Your mind is a collection of the past. It is a storage of memories, a record of everything you have been taught. It is like a computer that has been programmed by others. If you want to reach the source, you have to go beyond this programming. You have to realize that you are the observer of the mind, not the mind itself. This realization is the most radical step a human being can take. It is the shift from being a machine to being a conscious soul. And what is this source? The source is the immaterial. It is that which cannot be seen by the eyes, cannot be touched by the hands, and cannot be captured by the intellect. In Beyond and Beyond, I talk about how the unexpressed is the ancient. The expressions may change, the language may become modern, the metaphors may shift, but the expressed, the truth itself, is eternal. It is the ancient, not in the sense of being old, but in the sense of being beyond time. Old things have an expiration date. The eternal is always young. You live in a world of objects, a world of matter. You think that what you can see and measure is all there is. But the most important things in life are immaterial. Is your love material? Is your consciousness material? Is the beauty of a sunset something you can weigh on a scale? These are the immaterial realities. And to be religious means to be in tune with the immaterial. It means to reach the source where the isness of the universe resides. This path is not for the faint-hearted. It is for the arhats, those who observe the precepts of morality not because they are following a law, but because they have become pure and spotless in their behavior. There is a great difference between cultivated morality and spontaneous purity. A man who cultivates morality is a hypocrite. He is trying to act like a saint while his heart is full of turmoil. He is suppressing his desires, fighting with himself, creating a division in his being. But an arhat is one whose morality is like a fragrance that comes out of a flower. He doesn't try to be good, he is good because he is aware. His behavior is spotless because there is no ego there to leave a stain. In our current age, this message is more vital than ever. We are standing at a crossroads. As are discussed in the eternal quest, we have become a technological society. For the first time in history, we have the means to eliminate poverty, not through socialistic revolutions or political ideologies, but through technology. The first industrial revolution changed how we move. The second technological revolution will change how we are. When machines do the work that once required human sweat and blood, man will be faced with a vacuum. In the past, you were too busy working to ask the big questions. You were too tired from the struggle for survival to wonder about the meaning of life. But as technology makes human labor superfluous, you will have nothing but time. And what will you do with that time? If you don't have an inner life, if you don't know the art of religiousness without religion, that time will become a curse. You will see an explosion of boredom, of neurosis, of madness. You will see people trying to escape their own emptiness through more drugs, more entertainment, more distractions. This is why I say the old religions are dead. They were designed for a primitive, struggling humanity. They promised a heaven after death because life on earth was a hell. They told you to be patient with your suffering because God loves the poor. But what happens when poverty is gone? What happens when you have every material comfort and you are still miserable? Then the old priest will have nothing to say to you. His scriptures will be irrelevant. You will need a new kind of guidance, one that doesn't offer you a belief to cling to, but a method to transform your consciousness. You need to move from blind belief to the science of your inner experience. Science is the exploration of the outer world. Religiousness is the science of the inner world. Just as a scientist doesn't believe in gravity but experiments with it, a seeker shouldn't believe in God but experiment with meditation. You must become your own laboratory. You must test every theory, every sutra in the fire of your own awareness. In religion's expiration date, I mentioned that religion is fundamentally something that happens in aloneness. This is a point that people find very difficult to swallow. They want community. They want fellowship. They want to go to a church or a mosque and feel that they are part of a large group. But the truth is, you were born alone and you will die alone. And the most significant experiences of your life, love, silence, death, awakening, happen in your absolute aloneness. The crowd can give you a false sense of security, but it can never give you the truth. The truth is found only when you have the courage to stand alone, without any crutches, without any masks. When you are alone, the social conditioning begins to fall away. When there is no one to perform for, when there is no one to judge you, who are you? This is the question that organized religion wants to prevent you from asking. They want to keep you busy with rituals so that you never encounter the void within. But I tell you that void is not empty. It is pregnant with the divine. It is the sunyata of the Buddha, the emptiness that is also fullness. Look at the way you live your life. You are always running toward a goal, running away from a fear, running to find a better version of yourself. But where is the you that is doing the running? If you could just stop for a moment, not just physically, but mentally, you would see that there is nowhere to go. Everything you are looking for is already here. The source is not at the end of a long journey. It is the very ground on which you are standing. But to see it, you must understand the mind. You must see how the mind keeps creating tomorrows to keep you from the now. The mind is a great architect of illusions. It tells you, tomorrow I will be happy. Tomorrow I will find God. Tomorrow I will be free. And tomorrow is the expiration date that never arrives. It is the carrot dangling in front of the donkey. To be religious is to eat the carrot now. It is to realize that this moment is all there is. In the discipline of transcendence, Buddha speaks of different stages of attainment: the arhat, the angamin, the Skridagamin. These are just names for the varying depths of silence. The Angamin is one who no longer returns to the world of desires. The Skridagamin is one who returns only once. These are maps of the inner territory. But don't get caught in the names. Don't start aspiring to be an arhat as if it were a promotion in a company. That is just the ego playing a new game. The moment you want to be enlightened, you have missed the point. Enlightenment is the absence of wanting. It is the total acceptance of what is. Being religious without religion means living with a sense of wonder. Look at a tree. Don't look at it as a botanist or as a carpenter. Look at it as a mystery. See the greenness of the leaves, the strength of the trunk, the way it reaches for the sun. If you can look at a tree without the mind interfering, without the word tree arising in your head, you will feel a communion. You will feel that the same life that is in the tree is also in you. This communion is religiousness. It requires no Bible, no Quran, no Vedas. It only requires a pair of clear eyes and a silent heart. We have been taught to fear our own nature. We have been told that we are sinners, that we are flawed, that we need to be saved by someone else. This is the greatest crime committed against humanity. It has destroyed your self-respect. It has made you a beggar at the doors of the priests. I want to tell you, you are already a king. You have just fallen asleep and are dreaming that you are a beggar. You don't need to be saved. You only need to be awakened. And no one can awaken you but yourself. A master can only shake you. He can only shout at you. He can only create a situation where sleep becomes difficult. But the act of waking up is yours. To wake up is to realize that the rubbish I talked about, the layers of conditioning, the borrowed beliefs, is just dust on the mirror. The mirror itself is perfectly fine. Your inner being is already divine. It doesn't need to be improved. It doesn't need to be purified. It is the divinity personified that I mentioned in Beyond and Beyond. You are an incarnation of the ultimate. The universe is expressing itself through you. When you breathe, it is the whole that breathes through you. When you love, it is the whole that loves through you. But the mind says, no, I am separate. I am an individual. I have my own interests, my own ego. This sense of separation is the root of all misery. It is the original sin, if you want to use that term. The sin of thinking you are separate from the source. Religion is the process of religio, to bind back, to reconnect with the source. And this reconnection cannot happen through a middleman. You don't need a priest to talk to the stars. You don't need an organization to experience the silence of the night. So when I say religion is dead, I am celebrating. I am celebrating the end of the middleman. I am celebrating the end of the spiritual monopolies. I am celebrating the birth of the individual seeker. The death of religions is the only hope for the survival of religiousness. If the world continues to cling to the old corpses, we will destroy ourselves. A man who believes he has the only truth is a dangerous man. He will kill you to save your soul. He will burn your books to protect his holy book. We have seen enough of this. We have seen centuries of blood spilled over words. It is time to go beyond belief. It is time to enter the realm of experience, where words fail and only silence speaks. In the discipline of transcendence, it is said that those who reach the source comprehend the immaterial. This comprehension is not an intellectual understanding. It is a seeing. It is like a man who has been blind all his life and suddenly his eyes are opened. He doesn't understand light, he sees it. He doesn't need a lecture on the physics of optics. The experience itself is the proof. This is what I want for you. I don't want to give you a new philosophy. The world is already burdened with too many philosophies. I want to give you a way to see. I want to help you clear the dust from your eyes so that you can see the beauty that is already here. I want you to feel the pulse of the eternal in your own heart. You might ask, but also, if I leave the home and the parents and the mind, won't I be lost? Won't I be confused? Yes, you will be. And that confusion is the beginning of wisdom. Confusion is much better than a false certainty. At least when you are confused, you are looking. When you are certain, you have stopped looking. Confusion means the old is gone and the new has not yet arrived. It is a state of transition, a gap. And in that gap, anything is possible. In that gap, the divine can find a way to enter you. The technological man of the future will have to be a meditation man. There is no other way. As the outer world becomes more and more automated, more and more efficient, the inner world will become the only frontier left to explore. We are moving from the age of doing to the age of being. And being is what religiousness is all about. It is the art of being here, now, totally, without any reason, without any goal. Just look at your own hands for a moment. Look at them as if you have never seen them before. Feel the life in them. This simple act of awareness can transport you beyond the mind. It is a small window, but it opens to the infinite. You don't need to go to the Himalayas to find the source. You don't need to sit in a cave. You can find the source in your kitchen, in your office, in the marketplace. The source is not a place, it is a way of looking. In the eternal quest, I remind you that philosophy is universal. There is no Indian philosophy, no German philosophy. There is only human inquiry. And that inquiry leads us all to the same point, the mystery of existence. We are all part of the same consciousness. The divisions we create, nations, races, religions, are political, not spiritual. They are games played by the mind to keep us divided and weak. But religiousness unites. It doesn't unite us into a club. It unites us with the whole. When you drop your labels, when you stop being a Christian or a Buddhist or a communist, you suddenly find yourself in a vast kinship with all that is. You are a brother to the trees, a sister to the clouds. You are a part of this magnificent dance. And in that realization, all fear disappears. Death itself becomes a transformation, a change of clothes, as the ancient ones used to say. So let the dead religions bury their dead. Don't waste your energy fighting them or defending them. Simply step out of them. Step into the sunlight. Step into the living truth. This is the radical vision. A world of individuals who are so rooted in their own experience of the divine that they need no external authority. A world of people who are personified divinities, living their truth, dancing their dance, and allowing others to do the same. This is the path of the Sramana. This is the path of the one who understands the mind and reaches the source. It is a path of courage, a path of love, and a path of absolute freedom. And it begins exactly where you are sitting right now. There is no distance to travel. There is only a veil to be lifted. The mind will always try to complicate things. It will ask for steps, for techniques, for systems. It wants to turn the mystery into a math problem. But truth is not a problem to be solved, it is a reality to be lived. You don't need more knowledge, you need more awareness. You don't need more mummy tapes playing in your head. You need the silence of a mother who gives birth to your soul. As you sit there listening to these words, don't just hear the sound, feel the silence between the words. That silence is me. That silence is you. In that silence, we are one. In that silence, the religion is gone and religiousness is breathing. And this breathing is not just a biological function. It is the rhythm of the universe itself. When you are silent, when the mind is no longer chattering about the past and the future, you can hear this rhythm. It is the heartbeat of existence. You have been taught to look for God in books, in stone statues, in distant heavens. But I tell you, God is not a person sitting on a throne. God is the very isness of a flower, the isness of the stars, and the isness of your own heart. In Beyond and Beyond, I have said that truth can never become old. It is always the living, the new, the young. It is always life itself. The moment you turn truth into a belief, it becomes a mummy. It looks like the truth. It has the shape of the truth, but the life has gone out of it. It is preserved in the bandages of tradition, but it can no longer breathe. It can no longer dance. You must understand the difference between a fact and the truth. A fact is something that can be observed from the outside. Science deals with facts, but truth is something that can only be realized from the inside. Religion, real religiousness, is the quest for this inner truth. And this quest requires a radical departure from everything you have been told is holy. You have been told that faith is a virtue. I tell you, faith is a blindness. Faith means you have accepted someone else's eyes as your own. But how can you see with someone else's eyes? You must have your own vision. You must go through the dark night of doubt to arrive at the sunrise of certainty. The mind is always afraid of doubt. It wants to cling to something. It wants to belong. This belonging is what creates the mummy culture. In the discipline of transcendence, I explain how all psychoanalysis eventually hits a wall created by the mother, or rather the mummy. The biological mother is just a cell if she does not become a spiritual mother. A spiritual mother is one who gives birth to your soul, who helps you become an individual. But the mummy wants to possess you. She wants you to be an extension of her own ego, her own beliefs, her own fears. An organized religion is the ultimate mummy. It wraps you in the bandages of a scripture and dogma so tightly that you cannot move, you cannot grow, you cannot even breathe on your own. It wants to keep you as a precious possession. To become a Sramana, as Buddha describes, you must leave this mummy. You must leave the home of social conditioning. This is the most excellent way to be free from the passions and to be calm. But this calmness is not the silence of a graveyard. It is not the silence of a person who has suppressed their emotions. It is the silence of a person who has understood the mind so deeply that the mind has lost its power to disturb them. When you understand the mind, you see that it is nothing but a collection of mummy tapes playing over and over again. Your anger is not yours. It is the reaction you learned. Your greed is not yours. It is a value imposed on you by a competitive society. Your very personality is a mask. When you drop the mask, you reach the source. And what is the source? It is the immaterial. The material world is the world of things, the world of objects. But you are not an object. You are a subject. You are the seeing, not the seen. To reach the source is to realize your own immateriality. It is to realize that you are the light that makes the world visible. In the eternal quest, I speak about how religion transcends both the objective science and the subjective philosophy. Science is an observation of the other. Philosophy is a speculation about the self. But religion is a melting into the whole. In that melting, there is no other and there is no self. There is only the experiencing. This experiencing is what the world is missing today. We are living in a technological age, an age where for the first time in history, the problem of poverty can be solved. In the past, religions flourished because there was so much suffering. The priest could promise you a better life in the next world because this world was so miserable. But technology is changing the game. When the material needs are met, when everyone has enough food, enough shelter, enough leisure, The old religions will collapse like a house of cards because their foundation is fear and lack. What will you do with your leisure? What will you do when there is no struggle left? This is the great vacuum that is coming. The technological man will be the most bored man in history unless he discovers the art of religiousness. Without an inner life, leisure is a curse. You see it already in the wealthy nations. People have everything, yet they are committing suicide. They have everything, yet they are addicted to drugs. Why? Because they have reached the end of the material world and found it empty. They have looked into the cup of life and found it has no bottom. They are terrified of the void. But the religious man, the meditator, loves the void. For him, the void is the source. It is the place where all potentiality resides. To be religious is to be at home in the void. It is to be able to sit in a room alone and be perfectly content, perfectly blissful, without any reason. This is what it means to comprehend the immaterial. You are no longer dependent on the material world for your happiness. You are no longer a slave to the objects of desire. You have found the treasure within. This treasure is not something you attain, it is something you are. But you are covered in rubbish. I use this word often. Rubbish. Your knowledge is rubbish. Your identity is rubbish. Your respectability is rubbish. It is all borrowed. It is all gathered from the outside. To be a samana is to exert yourself for the attainment of the fruits of saintship, which means to peel away the layers of the onion until nothing is left, and that nothing is everything. Look at the arhats. Buddha says they observe the precepts of morality and are pure and spotless in their behavior. But this purity is not a result of effort. If you try to be pure, you will only become a Puritan, which is a very ugly thing. A Puritan is someone who is constantly judging others, someone who is full of hidden guilt, someone who is repressed. A real arhat is pure because he is aware. His behavior is spotless because he does not leave any ego trace behind. When he eats, he just eats. When he walks, he just walks. There is no actor behind the action. This is the most excellent way. It is a way of being calm. Not because you are controlling yourself, but because there is nothing left to control. The fire of desire has been replaced by the light of awareness. You have gone beyond the passions. But remember, to go beyond the passions does not mean to kill them. It means to understand them so deeply that they are transformed. Passion is just energy. When it is directed toward the outside world, it becomes desire, anger, greed. When it is directed toward the inside, it becomes silence, love, and light. In Beyond and Beyond, I was asked about the expressed and the unexpressed. I said that expressions differ. The language might change. The metaphors might become modern, but the expressed, the truth itself, is the ancient. It is the eternal. You don't need to read the ancient scriptures to find the ancient truth. You can find it right now in the freshness of this moment. In fact, if you are looking at the scriptures, you will miss it, because the scriptures are the expressed and the truth is the unexpressed. To find the truth, you must go to the silence from which the words arise. The world is obsessed with words. We fight over words. We build civilizations around words. But the word God is not God. The word love is not love. To be religious is to stop being satisfied with the menu and to start eating the food. It is to stop being satisfied with the map and to start walking the territory. And the territory is you. You are the path and you are the goal. There is no distance between you and the divine. The only distance is the mind, which is a bridge made of shadows. I see you there, trying to bridge that distance with more and more knowledge. You read books, you listen to lectures, you gather information. But information is not transformation. You can know everything about the Buddha, but that will not make you a Buddha. You can know everything about meditation, but that will not make you silent. Knowledge is a way of avoiding the actual work of being. It is easier to talk about the light than to open your eyes. It is easier to worship the sun than to wake up. I am here to disturb your sleep. I am here to tell you that the religions you belong to are nothing but sophisticated lullabies. They are designed to keep you dreaming of a heaven so that you don't notice the hell you are living in. They are designed to keep you subservient to the priest, to the state, to the status quo. But a religious man is a rebel. He cannot be a slave. He cannot be a part of a crowd. He stands alone like a lion. And this aloneness is not isolation. When you are truly alone, you are for the first time connected to the whole. When you are in a crowd, you are isolated. You are surrounded by people, yet you are separate. You are wearing your mask. They are wearing their masks. You are playing a role. They are playing a role. But in your aloneness, all roles are dropped. The mummy is gone. The parents are gone. The society is gone. only you are left in your nakedness. And in that nakedness, you find that you are not a separate wave, you are the ocean itself. This is the radical vision. A world where individuals are whole. A world where we don't need religion because we are religious. A world where we don't need temples because our own bodies are recognized as the temple of the divine. A world where we don't need holy books because every moment of life is seen as sacred. This is possible. It is not a utopia. It is a potentiality that exists within each one of you. But to reach it, you must have the courage to reach the source. You must have the courage to comprehend the immaterial. This means losing your fear of death. What is death? Death is only the expiration of the material body. But if you have found the immaterial source within you, if you have found the one who is the witness of the body and the mind, then death has no power over you. You know that you were there before you were born, and you will be there after the body is gone. You are the eternal. This is what I mean when I say religion is dead. Be religious. The old dead forms must go so that the living spirit can be born. The expiration date has passed. Don't try to consume a product that is already toxic. Toss it out. Toss out the guilt. Toss out the fear. Toss out the borrowed morality. Stand on your own 2 feet. Look at the world with your own eyes. Feel the pulse of life with your own heart. The mind will tell you this is dangerous. You will be alone. You will be cast out. And my answer is good. To be cast out of a sick society is the first step toward health. To be alone in a world of sleepers is the only way to stay awake. Don't be afraid of your aloneness. It is your greatest strength. It is the womb in which your soul is born. In the eternal quest, I talk about the 3 dimensions: science, philosophy, and religion. We have mastered science. We have experimented with philosophy. Now the time has come for the 3rd dimension, the dimension of experience. This is the only way forward for humanity. If we don't move into this dimension, our own technology will destroy us. Because technology in the hands of an unconscious man is a weapon of mass destruction. Technology in the hands of a religious man is a tool of mass liberation. I want you to be liberated. I want you to experience the joy of being, the bliss of silence, the ecstasy of love. But I cannot give it to you. No one can. I can only point the way. I can only tell you that the door is open. But you must walk through it. You must leave the home of your mind and step into the vastness of your being. As you listen to this, let the words fall into your heart like seeds. Don't try to understand them with your intellect. The intellect is too small to contain the truth. Just feel the vibration, feel the invitation. This is a call to a new way of living. It is a call to go beyond belief, beyond religion, beyond the mind. It is a call to reach the source and comprehend the immaterial. You are not a sinner. You are not a failure. You are a divinity personified. You have just forgotten. And the work of religiousness is simply the work of remembering. It is a return to the ancient, to that which is never old. It is a return to the childlike wonder that we all once had before the mummies got hold of us and wrapped us in their bandages. Unwrap yourself. Throw away the bandages. Breathe. Feel. Be. In that being, you will find that the eternal quest has reached its destination. You have come home. And that home is not a place. It is a state of consciousness. It is a state of religiousness without religion. The world needs this now more than ever. We are at a breaking point. The old is dying and the new is struggling to be born. Be the midwife of your own soul. Be the light that shows the way, not through preaching, not through building new organizations, but simply by being a living example of what it means to be free. When you are free, your very presence becomes a catalyst for others to find their freedom. When you are silent, your silence becomes a psalm that wakes up the sleepers. This is the most excellent way. This is the discipline of transcendence. It is not a discipline of rules, but a discipline of awareness. It is a discipline that leads you from the mummy to the mother, from the mind to the source, from the material to the immaterial. And in that transition, you find the truth that can never become old. You find the life that is eternal. So don't look back at the corpses of the past. Don't look forward to a heaven in the future. Look here. Look now. This is it. This is the moment. This is the door. Step through it and find the divinity that you have always been. Religion is dead. Long live religiousness. The mind is a great strategist. It will try to turn even this talk into a doctrine. It will say, Osho says this and Osho says that. Forget what Osho says. Look at what Osho is pointing to. Don't look at my finger. Look at the moon. My finger is not the moon. If you start worshipping my finger, you will miss the moon forever. This is what the followers do. They worship the finger of the Master and forget the moon of the truth. I am just a finger. My words are just pointers. Use them and then discard them. Don't carry my words as a new burden. I want to unburden you, not to give you a new theology. To be a samana is to be unburdened. It is to be light, to be luminous. When you are unburdened of the past, you are light. When you are unburdened of the ego, you are luminous. This luminosity is the fragrance of your being. It is what happens when you reach the source. It is what happens when you understand the mind so totally that the mind becomes a servant instead of a master. And a servant mind is a beautiful thing. It can be used for technology. It can be used for science. It can be used to organize your daily life. But it must never be allowed to dictate your truth. Truth is beyond the mind. Truth is immaterial. Truth is the silence that remains when the mind has stopped its chattering. Listen to that silence. Even now, underneath my words, there is a silence. Can you hear it? It is always there. It was there before the world began, and it will be there after the world ends. It is the ancient. It is the eternal. It is you. Don't be afraid of the immaterial. Don't be afraid of the fact that you cannot measure your soul. The measurable is the trivial. The immeasurable is the divine. Science can give you the measurable. Only religion can give you the immeasurable. And without the immeasurable, man is just a sophisticated animal, a machine that eats and sleeps and reproduces and then dies. But you are more than that. You are a bridge between the animal and the divine. You are an opportunity for the universe to look at itself and say, wow. Don't miss this opportunity. Don't waste your life in the marketplace of religions. Don't waste your life being a mummy of the past. Become a living, breathing, dancing religiousness. Reach the source. Comprehend the immaterial. Be the arhat whose behavior is spotless, because there is no self to leave a stain. Be the angamin who has found such peace that the world of desire no longer has any pull. Be the Buddha that you already are. And being a Buddha is not an achievement, it is a discovery. It is the discovery of that which has always been there, hidden under the layers of the mind. In the discipline of transcendence, Buddha speaks of the Isrotapanna, the one who has entered the stream. Entering the stream is the first real step into the world of religiousness. Up until that point, you are just standing on the bank, thinking about the water, theorizing about the flow, perhaps even worshipping the river. But the Isrotapanna is the one who has taken the jump. He has let go of the solid ground of his ego and has allowed himself to be carried by the current of existence. To enter the stream is to realize that you are not a separate entity, but a part of a movement. When you enter the stream, the mummy finally loses her grip on you. I have told you that the mummy is the pretension of a mother. She is the biological, the physical counterpart of the spiritual. She wants to possess you, to make you a part of her own identity. And this is exactly what your society does. It wants to keep you safe within the banks of tradition, within the boundaries of a particular belief system. But the stream has no banks. The stream is a constant flux. To enter it is to embrace insecurity. And I tell you, only in insecurity is there life. Safety is another name for the grave. Most people are living in a state of suspended animation. They are not quite dead, but they are certainly not alive. They are like mummies wrapped in the bandages of their respectability, their jobs, their religions, their national identities. They are afraid to move, afraid to change, because any movement might tear the bandages and reveal the emptiness within. But the Srotapanna has seen that the emptiness is not something to be feared. It is the very space in which the divine can dance. This shift from the mummy to the stream is what the world needs right now. We are moving into an era that I have described as the second revolution in the eternal quest. The first revolution was industrial. It changed the way we produce things. But the second revolution is technological. It is changing the way we are. As technology advances, the competition of capitalism, which was necessary to drive innovation, will lead to a point where human labor is no longer required. Machines will produce everything we need. This sounds like a dream, but for the unconscious man, it is a nightmare. Why is it a nightmare? Because your entire identity is built on doing. You are defined by your work, your productivity, your contribution to society. When there is nothing left to do, what will you be? If you don't know the art of being, you will be lost in a vacuum of boredom. You see this already in the way people spend their weekends. They are terrified of a few hours of free time. They have to turn on the television, they have to go to a party, they have to drink, they have to distract themselves. Now imagine a life where every day is a weekend. Imagine a life where there is no work to provide you with a sense of purpose. In that leisure, you will either become a Buddha or you will go mad. There is no third way. The old religions are absolutely unprepared for this. They are based on the glorification of work, the sanctification of suffering, and the promise of a reward for your labor in the afterlife. But when labor becomes superfluous and suffering is eliminated by technology, the old religions will have nothing to say. They will become as obsolete as the bullock cart in the age of the jet engine. They have reached their expiration date because they were built for a different man, a man of scarcity. We are entering the age of abundance, and an age of abundance requires a religion of celebration, not a religion of consolation. To celebrate, you must reach the source. You must comprehend the immaterial. In Beyond and Beyond, I emphasized that the truth can never become old. It is the ancient, but not the old. What is the difference? The old is that which has been affected by time. It has withered. It has lost its vitality. It has become a relic. But the ancient is that which is beyond time. It is the eternal source that is as fresh today as it was millions of years ago. When you reach the source, you are not looking back at history. You are looking into the heart of the now. This source is immaterial. This is a point that science, in its objective thinking, cannot grasp. Science deals with the material, with that which can be measured, weighed, and analyzed. And science has its place. It is a wonderful tool for the outer world. But if you try to live by science alone, you will be like a man who has a beautiful house, but no one living inside it. You will have all the comforts, but no soul to enjoy them. Philosophy tries to bridge this gap through speculative thinking. It tries to think about the immaterial, but you cannot think about the immaterial because the mind itself is a material process. Your thoughts are just electrical impulses in the brain. How can the material mind comprehend the immaterial source? It is like trying to catch the sunlight with a pair of tongs. You can't do it. You have to put down the tongs and simply be in the light. This putting down the tongues is what I call meditation. It is the most excellent way of the Buddha. It is to be free from the passions and to be calm. But don't mistake this calmness for a lack of energy. This calmness is the highest form of energy. It is like a spinning top that is moving so fast it looks perfectly still. It is an intense awareness that is not distracted by the ripples of the mind. When you are that calm, you are an arhat. The arhat is one who exerts himself for the attainment of the fruits of saintship. But again, the word attainment is tricky. It is not something you get from the outside. It is a fruit that ripens within you. It is the natural outcome of your awareness. The arhat observes the precepts of morality, but his morality is not a cultivated one. He doesn't have a list of do's and don'ts in his pocket. He is simply pure and spotless in his behavior because he is so awake that it is impossible for him to do anything that would cause harm or create discord. His purity is like the purity of a mirror. The mirror doesn't try to be pure, it just reflects what is there without getting attached to it. A beautiful woman passes by, the mirror reflects her. An ugly man passes by, the mirror reflects him. A fire rages, the mirror reflects the flames. But when they are gone, the mirror is as it was before. It is not stained by the beauty, the ugliness, or the fire. This is the spotless behavior of the arhat. He lives in the world, he moves in the world, he interacts with the world, but he remains untouched by it. He is in the stream, but the stream does not wash him away. You, on the other hand, are like a piece of blotting paper. Everything that happens to you leaves a stain. Someone insults you, and the stain of anger remains for days. Someone praises you, and the stain of ego swells up. You are constantly being colored by your experiences. because you are not yet a mirror, you are still a mummy, wrapped in layers of reactivity. To become a mirror, you must leave your parents, you must leave the home, you must leave the mind. This is the three-step process of transcendence. Leaving the parents is the social transcendence, dropping the roles you have been taught to play. Leaving the home is the psychological transcendence, dropping the security of your beliefs. And leaving the mind is the spiritual transcendence, dropping the doer and becoming the witness. When you are the witness, you reach the source. And when you reach the source, you see that the individual is a fiction. There is only the whole. In religion's expiration date, I mention that religion is what a man does in his aloneness. This aloneness is the realization that you are the whole. It is not the aloneness of a person who is cut off from others. It is the aloneness of a person who has realized that there are no others. There is only the one consciousness expressing itself in infinite forms. This realization is the end of all conflict. How can you fight with someone if you see them as yourself? How can you be greedy if you realize you already possess the whole universe? How can you be afraid of death if you know you are the eternal source? This is the radical vision. This is the only way to create a world of peace and joy. But the priests and the politicians don't want this. They thrive on conflict. They thrive on division. They want you to be a Christian so you can fight the Muslims. They want you to be an American so you can fight the Russians. They want you to be a mummy so they can control your every move. They are terrified of the samana, the one who has reached the source, because a samana cannot be controlled. A samana is a law unto himself, not because he is a criminal, but because his behavior is guided by a higher intelligence, the intelligence of the whole. In the discipline of transcendence, Buddha mentions the unagamin, the one who no longer returns. This is often interpreted to mean that he will not be reborn in another body. But there is a deeper psychological meaning. The unagamin is the one who no longer returns to the old patterns of the mind. He no longer returns to the house of desire and fear. He has moved into a new dimension of being, a heavenly state of consciousness. He still lives in the world, but he is not of the world. His spirit has ascended. You can be an unagamin right now. You don't have to wait for death. You just have to stop returning to the rubbish. When anger arises, don't return to it. Watch it and let it pass. When greed arises, don't return to it. Watch it and let it pass. When the mummy tapes start playing in your head, don't listen to them. They are just old recordings. They have nothing to do with who you are in this moment. If you can do this, you are exerting yourself for the fruits of saintship. And what are those fruits? They are not something you can show off to the world. They are the inner fragrance of your life. They are the peace that surpasses understanding. They are the joy that has no cause. They are the love that is not a relationship, but a state of being. We are living in a very privileged time. For the first time in history, the eternal quest is not just for a few select seekers in the Himalayas. It is a necessity for the whole of humanity. The crisis we are facing, the ecological crisis, the political crisis, the psychological crisis, is all a result of our unconsciousness. We have become giants in technology, but pygmies in our souls. We have the power of gods, but the wisdom of children. This imbalance cannot continue. Either we must increase our consciousness to match our power, or our power will destroy us. This is why I say religion is dead. Be religious. The old religions cannot help us. They are too small, too narrow, too focused on the past. We need a new religiousness that is universal, that is based on experience, that is in harmony with science, but goes beyond it. We need a religion, the door of feeling, as I called it in the eternal quest. Not the feeling of sentimentality, but the feeling of communion. The feeling of being at one with the stars, the trees, the ocean, and each other. This communion is only possible when you drop the belief. Belief is like a wall. It separates you from the truth. If you believe in God, you are already closed to the experience of the divine. Because your belief is a concept and the divine is a reality. You cannot fit the reality into the concept. You have to drop the concept to encounter the reality. This is the beyond and beyond. Going beyond the word, beyond the thought, beyond the mind, into the silence of the unexpressed. In that silence, you will find the ancient. You will find that you have never been born and you will never die. You will find that you are a divinity personified. And then you will not need to be religious. you will simply be religion. Your every breath will be a prayer. Your every step will be a dance, and your every word will be a scripture. This is the invitation. It is not an invitation to a new church or a new cult. It is an invitation to your own being. It is an invitation to step out of the crowd and into your aloneness. It is an invitation to leave the mummy and find the mother within. It is an invitation to reach the source and comprehend the immaterial. Don't let the mind tell you that it is too difficult. The mind loves difficulty because difficulty gives the ego something to do. But this is the simplest thing in the world. It is simpler than breathing. It is just a matter of seeing. Just look at the rubbish and see it as rubbish. The moment you see the false as false, the truth is there. You don't have to search for the truth. Truth is not something that is missing. It is just hidden by the false. When you see that your beliefs are just borrowed ideas, they lose their power over you. When you see that your ego is just a collection of memories, it loses its grip on you. When you see that the mummy is just a social conditioning, you are free. And in that freedom, the source reveals itself. The source is the immaterial light that animates everything. It is the life that I talk about in Beyond and Beyond. It is always new, always fresh, always young. It is the eternal spring. When you drink from this spring, you will never be thirsty again. You will have found the most excellent way. This is the vision I want to leave you with today. A vision of a humanity that has outgrown the need for religions and has discovered the beauty of religiousness. A humanity that is no longer divided by dogmas but united by experience. A humanity that is no longer afraid of its own aloneness but celebrates it as the temple of the divine. In the discipline of transcendence, Buddha says that those who reach the source and comprehend the immaterial are called sramanas. Be a sramana. Be a seeker who is not satisfied with anything less than the truth. Be a rebel who refuses to be a mummy. Be a flame that burns through the rubbish. This is your destiny. This is why you are here. The world is a marketplace, and the religions are the biggest shops in that marketplace. They are selling you peace of mind, success, heaven. Don't be a customer. Be a seeker. Don't look for a bargain. Look for the truth. And the truth is free. It is already yours. You just have to stop looking outside and start looking inside. In the eternal quest, I remind you that philosophy is universal. It is the human spirit asking the ultimate questions. But religion is the answer. Not an answer in words, but an answer in being. When you reach the source, all questions disappear. Not because you have found the final word, but because you have found the final silence. And in that silence, everything is understood. So walk the path, reach the source, comprehend the immaterial. Be pure and spotless in your behavior, not because you are following a code, but because you are following your own light. And remember, the light is not something you have. The light is what you are. You have been told you are a sinner, but I tell you, you are a sacredness. You have been told you are lost, but I tell you, you are at home. You have just closed your eyes. Open them. Look at the world as it is, without the filters of the mind. See the divinity in every leaf, in every stone, in every person. This is the only religion that matters. This is the only religiousness that can save us. The technological man of the future will be a meditation man. He will be a man of great power, but also of great silence. He will use technology to serve life, not to destroy it. He will live in a world of abundance, but he will not be a slave to his possessions. He will be a samana in the marketplace, an arhat in the office, a Buddha in the home. This is possible. It is starting with you. Every time you choose awareness over reactivity, you are contributing to this new humanity. Every time you choose silence over noise, you are fanning the flame. Every time you choose being over doing, you are entering the stream. Don't wait for a leader to show you the way. There are no leaders in the world of the spirit. There are only friends, only fellow travelers. I am your friend. I am not your master. I am just someone who has woken up a little earlier and is seeking you to wake you up too. The morning is here. The sun is rising. The expiration date of the darkness has passed. Wake up and see the light. Reach the source and comprehend the immaterial. Be religious, not by belonging to a religion, but by belonging to the whole. This is the most excellent way. This is the discipline of transcendence. This is the beyond and beyond. Let this vision sink into your heart. Let it become a part of your blood and your bones. Don't just think about it, live it. And as you live it, you will see the world around you change. You will see the mummies fall away and the living beings emerge. You will see the desert of belief turn into the garden of experience. The source is waiting, the stream is flowing, the light is shining. All that is needed is your yes. Say yes to your own being. Say yes to your own truth. Say yes to the eternal quest. And in that yes, you will find that you have already arrived. You are the destination. You are the truth. You are the Buddha. As we move forward into this new era, let us move with grace and with awareness. Let us drop the baggage of the past and step into the future with a silent heart. The old religions are dead. Long live the living truth. Long live the religiousness that is born in aloneness and blossoms in communion. In Beyond and Beyond, I said that truth is always the life. Be that life. Don't be a preserved corpse. Be a living flame. Don't be a follower of a dead tradition. Be a creator of a living experience. This is the only way to honor the divine. This is the only way to be truly human. Look at the sky. It has no boundaries. Look at the ocean. It has no end. Your being is like the sky and the ocean. Don't try to cram it into a small box called religion. Let it be vast. Let it be infinite. Let it be what it is. In the discipline of transcendence, it is said that the spirit of the Anagamin ascends to the heaven. This heaven is not a place in the clouds, it is a quality of consciousness. It is a state of absolute bliss, and it is available to you right now in this very moment. You don't have to die to go to heaven, you just have to wake up. So wake up, my friends, wake up, my beloveds. The dream is over. The reality is here, and it is more beautiful than anything you could have dreamed. Reach the source. Comprehend the immaterial. Be the Arhat. Be the Buddha. Be yourself. In this state of being, there is no more quest. There is only finding. And what you find is that there was never anything to find. You were always there, but you were looking somewhere else. You were looking at the reflection in the water and missing the moon in the sky. Look up. The moon is there in its full glory. It is the ancient light that never gets old. This is the radical vision. This is the end of the mummy and the birth of the man. This is the expiration of the old and the beginning of the eternal. It is all here within you. Just reach the source. In the eternal quest, I remind you that philosophy is universal, but religion is individual. Don't let anyone else tell you what your religion should be. Find your own. Find the religion of your own heart. Find the religiousness of your own soul. This is the only truth that will set you free. Every word I have spoken is just a pointer. Every book I have written is just a map. Throw away the pointer and look at the moon. Throw away the map and walk the path. The path is you. The moon is you. The source is you. As you go about your day, keep this awareness with you. Don't let the noise of the world drown out the silence of your heart. Don't let the demands of the mummy society distract you from the call of the mother within. Be in the world, but be the witness. Reach the source and comprehend the immaterial. This is the most excellent way. This is the discipline of transcendence. This is the truth that can never become old. It is always the living, the new, the young. It is always the life. And you are that life. So live. Live totally. Live intensely. Live with awareness. And in that living, you will find that you are the religion you have been looking for. You are the temple. You are the priest. You are the God. You are the source. In religion's expiration date, I said that religion is fundamentally something that happens in aloneness. Embrace your aloneness. Treasure it. It is your most precious possession. It is the door to the divine. And when you enter that door, you will find that you are never alone. You are one with the whole. This is the ultimate paradox. Only the one who is truly alone can be truly together with the whole. Only the one who has reached the source can be in the stream. Only the one who has comprehended the immaterial can truly appreciate the material. Reach the source, my friends. Reach the source and find the truth that is beyond belief, beyond religion, and beyond the mind. Be the light that you are. Be the Buddha that you have always been. The morning is here. The birds are singing. The flowers are blooming. The universe is waiting for you to join the dance. Don't be a spectator. Be the dance. Reach the source and comprehend the immaterial. This is the most excellent way. And this excellent way is not a way of effort, but a way of relaxation. You have been taught that everything in life must be achieved through struggle, through willpower, through pushing yourself to the limit. But the source cannot be reached through pushing. The source is reached through letting go. In the discipline of transcendence, when Buddha says to be free from the passions and to be calm, he is not talking about a forced calmness. He is not talking about the silence you feel when you grit your teeth and try not to get angry. That is just a volcano waiting to erupt. Real calmness is the absence of the doer. It is what happens when you understand that the passions are not yours. They are just shadows passing over the sun. You see, the mummy culture I keep referring to has taught you to identify with your passions. When anger comes, you say, I am angry. When greed comes, you say, I am greedy. This I is the problem. This I is the bandage. If you can change the language of your inner world and say, anger is passing, or greed is passing, then suddenly there is a distance. In that distance, calmness is born. You are the sky, and the passions are just clouds. The sky doesn't try to be calm, it is calm. The clouds come and go, but the sky remains untouched. To be a samana is to realize your sky nature. But to reach this realization, you must leave the home. I want to go deeper into this because people are so attached to their homes, and I don't mean your physical house. I mean the home of your personality. Your personality is a structure that has been built for you by others. It is a very comfortable home. It has your name on the door. It has your degrees on the wall. It has your social status in the furniture. It makes you feel like somebody. But this somebody is the biggest barrier to the source. The source is nobodiness. To reach the source, you have to be willing to leave the house of your personality and stand naked in the wind of existence. This is why the organized religions are so successful. They provide you with a very sturdy house. They give you a Christian house, a Hindu house, a Jewish house. They tell you exactly where the windows are and where the doors are. They give you a sense of belonging. But a seeker doesn't want to belong to a house. A seeker wants to belong to the universe, and the universe has no walls. In the eternal quest, I speak about how religion transcends philosophy, because philosophy is still a house made of thoughts. Even the most beautiful philosophy is still a conceptual home, but religiousness is the door of feeling. It is the moment you step out of the door of your thoughts and into the vastness of your experience. The world is terrified of this step. People will do anything to avoid it. They will study the scriptures for lifetimes. They will go on pilgrimages. They will perform elaborate rituals, all to avoid the simple act of stepping out of the mind. They want to be religious while staying inside the home. But I tell you, you cannot be religious and be safe. Religiousness is a love affair with the unknown. It is a gamble where you are the stake. You have to lose yourself to find yourself. In Beyond and Beyond, I talk about how truth is the ancient. People often ask me also, if truth is ancient, why do we need a new vision? Because you have confused the ancient with the old. The old is a dead tradition. The ancient is the source that is eternally present. The sun is ancient, but is the sunlight old? Every morning the sunlight is new, fresh and young. The water in the river is ancient, but is the flow old? Every moment the water is moving, changing, renewing itself. Truth is like that. It is the ancient source, expressing itself in new forms every single moment. Organized religion tries to bottle the water of yesterday and call it holy. I say, go to the river, drink the living water. The technological man of the future will have no choice but to go to the river. As I have discussed in the eternal quest, we are approaching a point where the material struggle is ending. When you don't have to work for your bread, when you don't have to fight for your survival, you will be left with the most difficult task of all, being with yourself. In the past, you could blame your misery on your poverty. You could blame your frustration on your boss or your government. But when you have everything, when technology has fulfilled every material desire, and you are still miserable, who will you blame? Then the mummy will no longer be able to comfort you. Then the priest will no longer be able to distract you. You will be faced with your own emptiness. This emptiness is what I call aloneness. In religion's expiration date, I define religion as what a man does in his aloneness. Most people interpret aloneness as loneliness, but they are opposites. Loneliness is the feeling that you are missing something, the other. Aloneness is the realization that you are missing nothing, You are all one. The technological revolution is going to force humanity into this aloneness. It is going to strip away the distractions of work and struggle. It is going to leave us naked. And in that nakedness, we will either discover our divinity or we will descend into madness. This is why my vision is radical. I am not trying to fix the old religions. I am not trying to reform them. You cannot reform a corpse. You can only bury it. I am trying to prepare you for a world where religion is dead, but religiousness is the very air we breathe. A world where we don't need a church to find God, because we see the divine in the eyes of a child, in the petals of a rose, in the silence of the night. A world where we don't need morality because we have awareness. Buddha says the Arhat is pure and spotless in his behavior. Think about that word, spotless. It doesn't mean he is a good boy who follows all the rules. It means his behavior leaves no karmic residue. When you act out of ego, you leave a spot. When you act out of desire, you leave a spot. When you act out of fear, you leave a spot. Your life becomes a series of stains. But when you act out of total awareness, the action is complete in itself. It is like writing on water. The moment you write, it disappears. There is no actor who carries the memory of the action. This is spotless behavior. This is the behavior of one who has reached the source. To reach the source, you must understand the mind. And understanding the mind means seeing its limitations. The mind is a great tool for dealing with the material world. It can build computers, it can send rockets to the moon, it can organize a technological society. But the mind cannot reach the immaterial. In the discipline of transcendence, Buddha is very clear. The samana is one who comprehends the immaterial. The immaterial is the realm of consciousness, the realm of the witness, the realm of that which never changes. You are like a man who is so fascinated by the shadows on the wall that he has forgotten the light that is casting them. The mind is the wall, and the thoughts are the shadows. The source is the light. To comprehend the immaterial is to turn away from the shadows and look at the light. But the mind will try to prevent this. It will say, the shadows are real. Look how interesting they are. Look how they move. The mind loves the material because the mind itself is material. It wants to keep you busy with objects, with goals, with stuff. This is the great expiration of our time. The stuff is no longer enough. We have more stuff than any generation in history. And we are the most depressed generation in history. Why? Because we have neglected the immaterial. We have neglected the feeling dimension. In the eternal quest, I emphasize that religion is the door of feeling. Not the feeling of emotions. Emotions are just mental feelings, but the feeling of being, the feeling of isness. When you sit in meditation, what are you doing? You are not doing anything. You are just feeling your own existence. You are feeling the breath coming in and going out. You are feeling the heartbeat. You are feeling the silence that resides at the center of your being. This is not a thought. You don't think you are alive. You know you are alive through feeling. This is the beginning of reaching the source. But the mummy conditioning is always there, trying to pull you back. It tells you that sitting in silence is a waste of time. It tells you that you should be productive. It tells you that you should be improving yourself. The mummy wants you to be a project. I want you to be a presence. A project is always in the future. A presence is always in the now. A project is about becoming. A presence is about being. The old religions are all projects. They tell you how to become a saint, how to become a better person, how to become worthy of heaven. They keep you in a state of constant becoming, which is just another name for tension. But religiousness is about being. It is about realizing that you are already worthy, you are already whole, you are already a divinity personified, as I said in Beyond and Beyond. You don't need to go anywhere. You just need to stop. Stop the running. Stop the seeking. Stop the mummy tapes. Just for a moment be here. In that stop, the mind loses its momentum. It's like a bicycle. If you stop pedaling, it will eventually fall over. The mind is kept alive by your constant doing. When you stop, the mind falls. And the immaterial source is revealed. This is the most excellent way. It is the way of the samana. And it leads to the state of the arhat, the one who is no longer a victim of his passions. Passion is nothing but displaced energy. When your energy is moving toward the outside, it becomes passion. When it is centered within, it becomes compassion. Passion is hot, compassion is cool. Passion is a fever, compassion is health. And compassion is not something you do for others, it is a quality of your own being. It is the fragrance that comes when the egoist part has been removed. In the discipline of transcendence, Buddha speaks of the Angamin, the one who no longer returns. I want you to understand this as a psychological state. To return means to fall back into the old patterns. How many times have you decided to be more patient, only to return to anger the next day? How many times have you decided to be more aware, only to return to the mummy sleep an hour later? The Anagamin is the one who has reached such a depth of awareness that the gravity of the old patterns no longer affects him. He has reached escape velocity. He is free. This freedom is your birthright, but you have sold it for a pittance. You have sold it for the security of a belief system. You have sold it for the respectability of a social role. You have sold it for the comfort of the herd. And now you are realizing that the pittance was not worth it. The security is gone, the respectability is hollow, and the herd is lost. This is the crisis of the modern world, and it is a beautiful crisis. It is a breaking point that can become a turning point. In the eternal quest, I remind you that real change comes through technology, but real transformation comes through religiousness. Technology can change your environment, but only meditation can change you. And if you don't change, the environment will eventually reflect your inner chaos. Look at our world. The pollution, the wars, the inequality. These are not just political problems, they are spiritual problems. They are the external symptoms of an internal disease, the disease of unconsciousness. The mummy cannot cure this disease because the mummy is the disease. Organized religion cannot cure this disease because it is part of the mummy structure. Only you can cure it. Only by leaving the home and reaching the source can you find the medicine. And the medicine is awareness. Awareness is the only morality. If you are aware, you cannot kill. If you are aware, you cannot steal. If you are aware, you cannot hate. You don't need a commandment from a God in the sky to tell you how to live. Your own awareness will guide you. This is the vision of religiousness without religion. It is a world of sovereign individuals who are connected to the whole through their own experience, not through a middleman. In Beyond and Beyond, I was asked about the ancient. I said that truth never becomes old, but your expressions of truth become old. The words of the Buddha are ancient, but the organizations built around his words are old and decaying. The words of Jesus are ancient, but the church is old and dying. Don't get caught in the expression. Go to the unexpressed. Go to the silence from which those words were born. This is the beyond and beyond, going beyond the word to the silence, beyond the thought to the awareness, beyond the personality to the being. It is a journey from the expired to the eternal. And it is a journey that you must take alone. No one can walk it for you. No priest can save you. No master can enlighten you. A master can only point the way. He can only say, "Look, the door is there." But you must use your own legs to walk through it. Don't be afraid of your aloneness. In religion's expiration date, I say that religion is fundamentally something that happens in aloneness. Why? Because in aloneness, the other disappears. And when the other disappears, the ego disappears. The ego can only exist in relation to someone else. You are a boss only if there is an employee. You are rich only if there is someone poor. You are good only if there is someone bad. In absolute aloneness, you are just you, and that you is the divine. The mummy culture has taught you to fear aloneness because it wants to keep you dependent. It wants you to be a part of the we. But the we is just a collection of lonely people trying to escape themselves. I want you to be an I, not the ego I, but the I of pure consciousness. When two such eyes meet, there is no we. There is only a communion of two alonenesses. That communion is what I call love. Love is not possible between two mummies. Between two mummies, there is only attachment, possession, and conflict. Only between two individuals, two sramanas who have reached the source, is love possible, because real love is the fragrance of freedom. It is the overflow of your own inner bliss. This is the radical vision for a new humanity, a humanity of lovers, not of followers, a humanity of creators, not of mummies, a humanity of religious beings, not of religious organizations. It starts with you. It starts with your willingness to doubt the rubbish, to leave the home of your mind, and to reach the source. The technological man of the future will have the power to create a paradise on earth, but without religiousness, he will turn that paradise into a hell. We see the seeds of this already. We have the power to feed everyone, yet millions starve. We have the power to cure diseases, yet we spend billions on weapons. This is the madness of the unconscious mind. This is the result of carrying the expired corpse of religion into the age of technology. We need a new man. A man who is as scientific in his outer life as he is religious in his inner life. A man who uses technology to serve the immaterial source. A man who is luminous because he has cleared away the dust of the past. This new man is what I am calling you to become. Don't look for this new man in the newspapers or on the television. He is not a political figure. He is a spiritual revolution. He is born in the silence of meditation. He is born when you comprehend the immaterial. He is born when you realize that the religion is dead, but religiousness is your very essence. As you sit there listening to my voice, don't let the words become a new mummy tape. Don't start believing in Osho. Osho is just a finger pointing at the moon. The moon is your own consciousness. The finger is not important. If you cling to the finger, you will miss the moon. Use the finger to find the moon and then forget the finger. In the discipline of transcendence, Buddha says, the samanas are those who understand the mind and reach the source. This understanding is not an intellectual exercise, it is a seeing. It is like seeing that the snake in the dark was just a rope. You don't have to do anything about the snake. The moment you see it is a rope, the fear is gone. You don't have to fight your mind. The moment you see the mind is just a collection of rubbish, its power over you is gone. This seeing is what I call awareness. And awareness is the most excellent way. It is the path that leads to the Arhat, the Iskridagamin, and the Isrotapanna. It is the path that leads to the beyond and beyond. The world is changing. The old is crumbling. The expiration date has passed. Don't be afraid to let go. The source is waiting for you. The immaterial light is already shining within you. All you have to do is turn your gaze inward. Leave the parents. Leave the home. Leave the mind and reach the source. In that source you will find that the eternal quest was never about finding something new. It was about remembering the ancient eternal. It was about returning to the childlike state of wonder, but with the wisdom of an enlightened being. It was about finding the religion, the door of feeling, and stepping through it into the mystery of existence. Religion is dead. Let it be dead. Don't try to revive it. Be religious. Be a living flame of awareness. Be a personified divinity. This is the only way to honor the truth. This is the only way to save humanity. This is the only way to come home. Listen to the silence that follows my words. That silence is the source. That silence is the immaterial. That silence is you. Stay in that silence as long as you can. Let it wash over you. Let it dissolve the bandages of the mummy. Let it give birth to your soul. And this finding is not something that happens once and then becomes a memory. It is a continuous flowering. If your realization becomes a memory, then you have fallen back into the mind. You have made even the truth into a piece of rubbish. The truth is only truth when it is happening right now. In Beyond and Beyond, I said that truth can never become old. If you say, I realized the truth yesterday, you are talking about a corpse. Yesterday's truth is a belief. Today's experience is the reality. This is why a real samana is always in the now. He is always fresh, always young, always beginning. He never becomes an expert in spirituality. Experts are for the material world. In the immaterial world, there are only eternal beginners. Think about the Arhat again. Buddha says he exerts himself for the attainment of the fruits of saintship. This exertion is very different from the exertion of the marketplace. In the marketplace, you exert your will to get what you want. You push, you compete, you struggle. But in the inner world, exertion means intensity of awareness. It is like the intensity of a flame. The flame doesn't struggle to give light. It just burns intensely. Your only work is to burn through the bandages of the mummy. I want to talk more about this mummy because she is the greatest obstacle to your freedom. In the discipline of transcendence, I explain that the mummy is the pretension of a mother. She loves you not for who you are, but for who she wants you to be. She wants to see herself reflected in you. She wants to fulfill her own unfulfilled desires through you. And this is exactly what your religions do. They don't want you to be a Buddha. They want you to be a good Christian, a good Hindu, a good citizen. They want you to be a precious possession of the church or the state. To be a mother is spiritual. To be a mummy is biological and political. A mother gives you life and then steps back so you can find your own soul. She gives you her love but not her knowledge. She knows that her knowledge is expired for you. Each generation must find its own truth, but the mummy wants to give you her mummy tapes, her beliefs, her prejudices, her fears. She wants to wrap you in the same bandages that are suffocating her. Leaving the parents means silencing these tapes. It means recognizing that the voice in your head that says this is wrong or that is sinful is not your voice. It is the voice of the mummy. It is the voice of a dead past trying to control a living present. To be religious is to have the courage to say no to the mummy so that you can say yes to the mother within you. The mother that is your own consciousness, waiting to give birth to your true self. This is a radical rebellion. It is much more radical than any political revolution. A political revolution only changes the mummy in charge. It replaces one set of bandages with another. But a spiritual revolution is the end of the bandages themselves. It is the birth of the individual. And as I have said in the eternal quest, the world is finally ready for this. We are entering the second revolution, the technological revolution. In the first revolution, the industrial one, we replaced human muscles with machines. In the second revolution, we are replacing human brains with computers. This is going to create a total shift in the structure of human society. Capitalism has been the engine of this revolution because competition drives innovation. But capitalism will eventually reach its own expiration date. When technology becomes so efficient that it can provide everything with minimal human labor, the very idea of earning a living will become obsolete. When you don't have to earn a living, what will you do? You have been defined by your utility. You are a doctor, a lawyer, a worker, a teacher. But what are you when you are just you? This is the question that will haunt the technological man. Without the mummy tapes of work and duty, most people will feel completely empty. They will feel like a vacuum. And if you don't know how to turn that vacuum into a temple of aloneness, you will be driven to madness. This is why I say religion is dead. Be religious. The old religions are built on the work ethic. They are built on the idea that man must suffer and struggle to be worthy. They have no place for a man who is blissful and leisured. They will try to give you more rubbish to keep you busy, more rituals, more prayers, more spiritual work, but none of it will work. You don't need work, you need meditation. You don't need a project, you need a presence. In religion's expiration date, I speak of move from blind belief to the science of your inner experience. This is the only way forward. Science has mastered the material. Now we need a science of the immaterial. We need to explore the inner space with the same precision and the same lack of prejudice that we use to explore the outer space. When a scientist looks through a telescope, he doesn't bring his Catholic beliefs with him. He doesn't say, I will only see what the Pope tells me to see. He just looks. This is what you must do with your own mind. Just look. Don't be a Christian looking at his mind. Don't be a Buddhist looking at his mind. Just be an observer. In that simple observation, the understanding of the mind happens. You will see that the mind is a machine. It is a beautiful machine, but it is a machine. It is a storage of the past. It is a generator of the future, but it is never in the now. The now is immaterial. The now has no weight, no dimensions, no history. It is the source. To reach the source is to step out of the material time of the mind and into the immaterial eternity of the isness. This is the most excellent way, and it leads to a behavior that is pure and spotless. I want to emphasize this again. Purity is not the result of following a moral code. A moral code is just another bandage. If you follow a code, you are not pure. You are just tame. You are like a dog on a leash. The owner says sit and you sit. That is not purity. That is obedience. Real purity comes when you have no owner. Real purity comes when you are a law unto yourself, because you are so aware that you cannot do anything that is out of harmony with the whole. Look at the flowers in the garden. Do they follow a code? Does the rose have a book that tells it how to be a rose? No. The rose is simply being a rose. Its beauty and its fragrance are spontaneous. It is pure and spotless because it is authentic. You are the only thing in the universe that is trying to be something else. You are trying to be a saint. You are trying to be successful. You are trying to be good. In that trying, you lose your purity. You become a hypocrite. In Beyond and Beyond, I said that truth is the ancient. It is the eternal life that is always present. To be authentic is to be in touch with this ancient source. It is to let your life be a spontaneous expression of your being rather than a calculated performance for the mummy society. This takes great courage. It is the courage to be nobody. Society rewards you for being somebody. If you are a famous politician, a wealthy businessman, or even a respected priest, society gives you a gold star. But the source only reveals itself to nobodies. As long as you are clinging to your somebodiness, your hands are full. You cannot receive the immaterial light. You have to be willing to drop your name, your fame, your identity, and your mummy bandages. You have to be willing to be nothing. This is what the Buddha calls sunyata, emptiness. But this emptiness is not the emptiness of a trash can. It is the emptiness of a flute. Only when the flute is empty can the music flow through it. If the flute is full of rubbish, it is just a stick. You are a stick full of social conditioning, religious dogmas, and mummy tapes. I want to clear out that rubbish so that the divine can sing through you. In the discipline of transcendence, Buddha mentions the Skridagamin, the one who returns once more. This is a stage of deep awareness. The Skridagamin is someone who has caught a glimpse of the source, who has felt the immaterial light, but who still has a few spots left. He still has some attachment to the material world, some lingering mummy conditioning. He will return to the world of desire once more to finish the work of clearing the mirror. Don't wait for another lifetime to finish the work. Finish it now. Why return even once? Why carry even a single bandage? You can be an arhat right now. You can be pure and spotless this very moment. It is just a matter of intensity. If your fire is hot enough, it will burn everything. All the rubbish, all the mummy tapes, all the somebodiness. People ask me, Osho, is it possible to live in the world and still be an arhat? Of course. In fact, that is the only way to live. Otherwise, you are just existing. To live means to be a witness in the marketplace. To move through the world with a silent heart, to do your work, to love your family, to enjoy your life, but to know that you are not any of these things. You are the immaterial source. In the eternal quest, I remind you that science is universal. There is no Indian physics or German chemistry. Truth is truth. And the same applies to religiousness. There is no Indian religion or Christian religion. Those are political divisions. Real religiousness is the eternal quest of the human spirit for the ultimate truth. It is the same for every human being, regardless of their nationality or their background. The technological man of the future will be a universal man. As we solve the problems of the material world, the boundaries of nations will become as irrelevant as the boundaries of religions. We will realize that we are one humanity, living on one small planet in a vast universe, and our only true task is the discipline of transcendence, the expansion of our consciousness. But the mummy culture will fight this to the end. It will try to use technology to tighten the bandages. We see this already in the way technology is used for surveillance, for propaganda, for control. The expired religions are using the internet to spread their rubbish more efficiently than ever. They are trying to turn the second revolution into a new era of slavery. This is why your aloneness is so precious. In your aloneness, you are beyond their reach. In your aloneness, you are not a consumer. You are not a follower. You are not a subject. You are a sovereign being. In religion's expiration date, I say that religion is fundamentally something that happens in aloneness. It is the only place where the mummy cannot follow you. When you sit in silence, the whole world of the mind begins to scream. It tells you that you are wasting your time, that you are being selfish, that you should be doing something. These are the voices of the mummy. They are the echoes of a society that is terrified of individuals. A society of mummies needs more mummies to feel safe. But a Sramana, an Arhat, doesn't need safety. He has found the source, and the source is indestructible. What is this immaterial that we must comprehend? It is the witness. Everything you see, everything you hear, everything you feel is material. Even your thoughts are material. But the one who is seeing, the one who is hearing, the one who is witnessing, that is immaterial. That is you. You are the seeingness. You are the awareness. And awareness has no age, no death, no expiration date. In Beyond and Beyond, I was asked if truth can become old. I said no. But the mind can become old. The mind becomes old by gathering the past. If you are living in your mind, you are already old, even if you are 20 years old. You are a mummy in the making. But if you are living in the witness, you are always young. You are always at the source. To be religious means to stay young. It means to stay in a state of wonder. Look at the child. The child has no rubbish yet. The child doesn't know the names of the trees or the history of the stars. The child just looks with wide eyes. Everything is a miracle. To reach the source is to regain that childlike wonder, but with the maturity of a Buddha. It is to know the names of the trees and still be able to see the miracle of the green leaf. The eternal quest is a journey from the mummy back to the child, but through the fire of awareness. It is a journey from knowing to not knowing. Knowing is material. Not knowing is immaterial. Knowing is a wall. Not knowing is a door. When you know something, you have closed the door on its mystery. When you don't know, you are open to the infinite. This is the most excellent way to be free from the passions and to be calm. And this calmness is not a lack of passion. It is a transformation of passion. It is passion that has found its home. It is energy that is no longer being wasted in the rubbish of the ego, but is being used to illuminate the world. The technological man will have more energy than any human in history. He will be freed from the physical labor that has drained humanity for centuries. If he doesn't know how to transform that energy, it will become a destructive force. It will become violence. It will become greed. It will become an obsession with power. We see this already in the power-hungry leaders of our world. They have the technology of the gods and the consciousness of animals. This is the recipe for disaster. The only hope for our world is the birth of the new man, the meditation man, a man who is comfortable in his aloneness, a man who has reached the source, a man who comprehends the immaterial. This man doesn't need religion because he is religiousness personified. He doesn't need commandments because his own heart is full of compassion. He doesn't need a mummy because he has become a mother to his own soul. This new man is not a distant ideal. He is a possibility within you right now. You don't need 1,000 years of practice. You just need a moment of total awareness. A moment where you say no to the bandages and yes to the light. A moment where you leave the home of your mind and step into the beyond and beyond. Listen to your breath. Feel the immaterial air entering your material lungs. Feel the life that is moving your heart. That life is the ancient truth. It is the eternal source. It is the divinity that you have always been. Don't let the mummy tell you otherwise. Don't let the expired religions tell you that you are a sinner, are a failure. You are a miracle. You are the universe's way of experiencing itself. And when you reach the source, you realize that the universe and you are one. There is no other. There is only the one. This realization is the end of the eternal quest. The quest ends when the seeker disappears. As long as you are seeking, you are still a somebody. When you stop seeking, when you are totally silent, the somebody evaporates and only the isness remains. This is the state of the Arhat. This is the state of the Buddha. And this state is not a retirement from life. It is the beginning of real life, a life of joy, a life of celebration, a life of love, a life that is pure and spotless, because it is no longer driven by the ego. We are standing at the edge of a new era. The old is dead, but the new is not yet born. It is a gap. And this gap is our opportunity. It is the expiration date of the human machine and the birth of the human soul. Don't be afraid of the transition. Don't cling to the dead corpses of the past. Step into the unknown. Reach the source. Comprehend the immaterial. The world is a marketplace of beliefs, but truth is not for sale. Truth is a gift you give to yourself. It is the fruit of your own awareness. It is the most excellent way. So let the mind chatter. Let the mummy tapes play. Just watch them. Be the witness on the hills. And as you watch, you will feel a shift. You will feel the gravitational pull of the source. You will feel yourself entering the stream. And once you enter the stream, there is no turning back. You are on your way to the beyond and beyond. You are on your way to becoming an anagamin, a iskridagamin, an arhat. You are on your way home. The journey is not long. It is just from the mind to the heart. It is just from the material to the immaterial. It is just from the somebody to the nobody. But it is the most important journey you will ever take. Don't be satisfied with anything less than the truth. Don't be satisfied with borrowed beliefs. Don't be satisfied with the bandages of respectability. Be a samana, be a rebel, be a light unto yourself. The morning is here, the sun is rising, the source is calling. Can you hear it? It is the sound of your own silence. It is the pulse of your own heart. It is the ancient truth that is always new. Reach the source, comprehend the immaterial, be pure and spotless in your behavior, and celebrate. Celebrate your existence. Celebrate your aloneness. Celebrate the fact that you are a divinity personified. Religion is dead. Let it be. Be religious. Be the living truth. This is the radical vision. This is the only way to be. Look at the space between these words. That space is as important as the words themselves. That space is the immaterial. That space is the silence. That space is the source. Live in that space. Breathe in that space. Love in that space. And you will find that the eternal quest was just a dream. You were always at the destination. You were always the Buddha. You were always home. The technological man of the future will be a spaceman, not just the outer space, but the inner space. He will navigate the immaterial with the same ease that we navigate the material. He will be a master of his own consciousness. And that mastery begins here, now, in your own awareness. Don't wait. The expiration date has passed. The time for belief is over. The time for experience has begun. Reach the source. This reaching the source is not a destination in the future. It is a presence in the present. And this presence is what distinguishes the sramana from the follower. The follower is always waiting for a result. He is waiting for a heaven. He is waiting for a reward. He is waiting for a certificate of enlightenment from his master. But the sramana has understood that the only fruit of saintship is the saintship itself. The joy of being aware is the reward. You don't become aware so that you can go to heaven. Awareness is heaven. In the discipline of transcendence, Buddha is very clear about the different stages: the arhat, the anagamin, the iskardagamin. But these are not ranks in a spiritual army. They are simply ways of describing the thinning of the mummy bandages. As the bandages fall away, you become more and more luminous. This luminosity is what I mean by the immaterial. In Beyond and Beyond, I said that truth is always the life, always the young, always the new. Life is not a material object. You can dissect a body, but you will not find life. Life is the immaterial spark that makes the material body move. To be religious is to identify with the spark, not with the body. To identify with the seeing, not with the seen. And this shift in identification is the most radical rebellion possible. Society is built on material identification. You are your name, your job, your bank account, your nationality. These are all material things. They can be measured, they can be taken away, they can be destroyed. And because you identify with them, you live in a state of constant fear. You are afraid of losing your job, afraid of losing your reputation, afraid of death. But the moment you comprehend the immaterial, fear disappears. How can you lose that which has no weight? How can you destroy that which was never born? This is the freedom of the samana. But the priests don't want you to be free. They want you to be afraid. Fear is the foundation of their business. If you are not afraid of hell, why would you need the priest? If you are not greedy for heaven, why would you follow their dogmas? Organized religion is a mummy that feeds on your fear. It gives you a sense of security, but it is the security of a cage. The bird in the cage is safe from the cat, but it has forgotten how to fly. I want to open the door of the cage. I want you to remember your wings. In the eternal quest, I talk about the three dimensions: science, philosophy, and religion. Science is the exploration of the other. Philosophy is the exploration of the thought. Religion is the exploration of the observer. We have mastered the first two. We have created a world where technology can provide for every material need. But we are still pygmies in the third dimension. We are like children playing with dynamite. We have the power to destroy the world, but we don't have the awareness to live in peace with ourselves. This is why the expiration date of religion is so critical. The old religions cannot bridge the gap between our technological power and our spiritual poverty. They are still talking about sin and guilt and punishment. These are the concepts of a primitive mind. They are the bandages of a mummy. We need a new religiousness that is based on celebration, awareness, and compassion. We need a religiousness that is not Indian or Christian or Islamic, but human. A religiousness that is universal like science, and this universal religiousness begins in your aloneness. In religion's expiration date, I emphasize that religion is what a man does in his aloneness. People are so afraid of being alone that they will do anything to avoid it. They will join clubs, they will go to parties, they will sit in front of the television for hours, anything to keep from facing the emptiness within. But that emptiness is the door to the source. If you run away from your aloneness, you run away from God. Because God is not a person you meet in a crowd. God is the silence you find when you are totally alone. When you are alone, the mummy voices start to scream. They tell you that you are a failure, that you are missing out on life, that you should be doing something productive. But if you can stay in that aloneness, if you can watch those voices without being identified with them, they eventually lose their power. They are like waves on the ocean. They can only disturb the surface. In the depths, there is an eternal silence. That silence is the immaterial source. To reach that source, you must understand the mind. This is the core of the Buddha's discipline. Understanding the mind doesn't mean analyzing your thoughts. It means seeing the mind as a mechanism. The mind is a machine for processing the past and projecting the future. It is a wonderful machine for the material world, but it is a barrier to the immaterial. The mind is always in time, but the source is beyond time. The mind is always in the many, but the source is the one. When you comprehend the immaterial, you see that your personality is just a social convenience. It is a mask you wear to move in the marketplace. There is nothing wrong with the mask as long as you know it is a mask. The trouble starts when you forget who is behind the mask. The trouble starts when the mummy tells you that you are the mask. Then you become a prisoner of your own respectability. You become a mummy yourself. A samana is one who has dropped the mask. He is authentic. He is pure and spotless in his behavior because his actions come from his own core, not from a social script. He doesn't act because he wants to be good. He acts because he is awake. His morality is spontaneous. It is like the flow of a river. The river doesn't try to reach the ocean. It is its very nature to flow downwards. The Sramana doesn't try to be compassionate. It is his very nature to love. This is the state of the Arhat. The Arhat is one who has reached a state of effortless effort. He exerts himself for the fruits of saintship, but his exertion is an intensity of presence, not a struggle of will. He is in the stream, but he is not being carried away by it. He is the witness of the stream. He sees the past flowing by, he sees the future approaching, but he remains rooted in the eternal now. We are living in a time of great transition. The second revolution, the technological revolution, is changing everything. It is making human labor superfluous. This is the greatest challenge humanity has ever faced. For thousands of years, we have been defined by our work. In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread. This was the curse and the identity of man. But now, technology is removing the sweat. It is providing the bread without the labor. If you don't have an inner life, this leisure will destroy us. Boredom is the greatest threat to a technological society. When you don't have to work, your mind will have nothing to chew on. It will start chewing on you. You see this in the increasing rates of depression, anxiety, and suicides in the developed nations. These people have everything, yet they have nothing. They have the material, but they have lost the immaterial. They have the home, but they have lost the source. The old religions have no answer for this. They are built on the glorification of suffering and the promise of a future reward. They tell you to be a good boy so you can go to heaven. But what if you have already created a heaven on earth through technology and you are still miserable? Then the old mummy has nothing to say. Then you realize that heaven is not a place, it is a state of consciousness. You realize that you don't need a religion, you need religiousness. Religiousness is the art of being luminous from within. It is the art of feeling the mystery of existence. In the eternal quest, I call religion the door of feeling. Science gives you the what, philosophy gives you the why, but only religion gives you the is. It gives you the direct experience of reality. And this experience is not something you can think about. You cannot think about love. You can only love. You cannot think about silence. You can only be silent. This is the beyond and beyond. Going beyond the intellect into the heart and beyond the heart into the being. It is a journey from the expressed to the unexpressed. In Beyond and Beyond, I said that expressions differ. The language changes. The metaphors change. But the unexpressed is the ancient. The truth itself never changes. It is the eternal life that moves through all things. You are an expression of that life. You are a divinity personified. But you have been told you are a sinner. You have been told you are limited. You have been told you are a mummy. I am here to tell you that you are infinite. I am here to tell you that the source is within you. I am here to tell you to reach the source and comprehend the immaterial. This comprehension is not an intellectual understanding, it is a seeing. It is the moment you realize that the doer is a fiction. You are not the one who is breathing, you are the one who is witnessing the breath. You are not the one who is thinking, you are the one who is witnessing the thoughts. This witness is the immaterial. It is the part of you that was never born and will never die. It is the part of you that has no expiration date. Once you find this witness, you are an anagamin, the one who no longer returns. You no longer return to the old patterns of misery. You no longer return to the mummy bandages. You are free to be yourself. You are free to dance your dance, to sing your song, to live your truth. And your truth is not a doctrine, it is a living experience. The world needs this radical vision. It needs a world of individuals who are rooted in their own experience of the divine. It needs a world where we don't fight over beliefs because we have all seen the same light. It needs a world where we don't need priests because we are all in direct contact with the source. This is the only hope for a technological society. If we don't become religious, our own machines will devour us. But if we become religious, not by belonging to a religion, but by discovering our own religiousness, then technology becomes a blessing. Then it frees us from the trivial so that we can focus on the ultimate. It frees us from the doing so that we can celebrate the being. It allows us to turn the whole earth into a garden of meditation. This is the most excellent way. It is the path of the Buddha, the path of the Samana, the path of the Arhat. It is the path of the beyond and beyond. And it is a path that you must walk yourself. Don't look at me for the answers. I don't have any answers for you. I only have a method. And the method is awareness. Watch your mind. Watch your mummy tapes. Watch your fear, your greed, your ambition. Don't judge them. Don't suppress them. Just watch them. In that watching, you will find a gap, and in that gap, you will find the source. You will find the immaterial light that has been shining within you since the beginning of time. This is the eternal quest. It is a quest for that which was never lost. It is a journey to where you already are. It is the realization that the religion is dead because God is living, and you are the life. You are the source. You are the divinity personified. So drop the bandages, leave the mummy, leave the home of your personality. Step out into the open sky of your aloneness. Reach the source and comprehend the immaterial. Be pure and spotless in your behavior, not because you are following a rule, but because you are being yourself. The morning is here. The sun is rising. The expiration date of the darkness has passed. Wake up and see the light. Be religious. Long live the living truth. Long live the religiousness without religion. In the discipline of transcendence, it is said that the spirit of the Anagamin obtains arhatship. This is your destiny. This is the flowering of your consciousness. Don't settle for anything less. Don't settle for beliefs. Don't settle for traditions. Don't settle for being a mummy. Be a Buddha. Be the light. This is my message to you. It is a message of rebellion, a message of love, a message of absolute freedom. It is the radical vision of a world where every human being is a sovereign individual, connected to the whole through their own awareness. This world is possible. It is waiting for you to say yes. Say yes to your own being. Say yes to the silence. Say yes to the immaterial source. And in that yes, you will find the peace that surpasses understanding. You will find the joy that has no cause. You will find the love that is eternal. Reach the source, my beloveds. Reach the source and comprehend the immaterial. This is the most excellent way. This is the beyond and beyond. This is the only way to be. The mind is a great architect of illusions. It will try to make even this vision into a new religion. It will try to turn Osho into a new priest. Don't let it. Be aware. My words are just a thorn to pull out the thorn of your conditioning. Once the thorn is out, throw away both thorns. Don't keep the thorn of Osho in your heart. Be empty. Be free. Be yourself. This is the true saintship. It is the fruit of your own awareness. It is the spotless behavior of the Arhat. It is the ancient truth that is always new. Reach the source and find it for yourself. The second revolution is coming. The old structures are crumbling. The mummy is dying. Don't cling to her. Step into the future with a silent heart and clear eyes. Be the new man, the man of meditation, the man of awareness, the man of the immaterial source. This is the only way to survive the technological age. This is the only way to save humanity. This is the only way to come home. Listen to the silence that follows my words. That silence is the message. That silence is the source. That silence is the beyond and beyond. Stay in that silence. Let it be your home. Religion is dead. Be religious. This is the radical vision. This is the truth. This is life. Reach the source. Comprehend the immaterial. Be the light. And this finding is not just a destination. It is the beginning of a whole new way of walking. When you enter the stream, what Buddha calls the Srotapanna, you are finally allowing the universe to flow through you. Up until that point, you have been trying to manage the flow. You have been trying to direct the river. But a Srotapanna is one who has realized that the river knows its own way to the ocean. You don't need to push the river. You only need to be in it. This is the ultimate relaxation. It is the end of the will and the birth of willingness. You see, the mummy culture I keep warning you about is built entirely on the cultivation of the will. You are told to be somebody, to make something of yourself, to achieve. This is the language of the material world. It is the language of science and economics. It is the language of doing. But the immaterial source is not something you achieve. It is something you allow. The moment you exert your will, you create a separation between yourself and the whole. You become an island, and an island is always in conflict with the ocean. To enter the stream is to drop the island identity and become the water. In the discipline of transcendence, I explain that the Srotapanna is just the first stage. Then comes the Skridagamin, the one who returns only once. This means your awareness has become so strong that the gravity of the mummy tapes is losing its pull. You still have a little bit of the past clinging to you, a few bandages that haven't been burnt away yet, but the flame is so bright that those bandages cannot last long. You are almost home. You are almost in the state of the anadamin, the one who no longer returns to the old patterns, the one whose spirit ascends to the heaven of pure consciousness. Don't be deceived by the word heaven. The old religions have sold you a heaven that is a place in the sky, full of golden streets and angels with harps. That is just mummy fiction. It is a carrot for the donkey. The real heaven is a quality of being. It is the state of Rajnisitis, if you will, a state of being so infected by the divine, so overwhelmed by the joy of existence that you can no longer be normal. Society calls it madness, but it is the only sanity. To be normal in a sick society is to be sick. To be mad in the eyes of the mummies is to be a Buddha. We are living in an era that is uniquely positioned for this madness. As I discuss in the eternal quest, we are witnessing the second revolution, the technological revolution. The first industrial revolution replaced the labor of the hands, but the second one is replacing the labor of the mind. Computers are becoming more intelligent than the human mind. They can process information faster. They can store more memory. They can calculate with a precision that we can never match. This is terrifying to the person who identifies with their mind. If a machine can think better than you, then what are you? If your identity is built on your knowledge, and a tiny chip has more knowledge than you, then you are obsolete. This is why the technological man is in such a crisis. He is losing his utilitarian value. But this crisis is a golden opportunity. It is the universe forcing you to move from the mind to the soul, from the material to the immaterial. When the mind is no longer the center of your life, when the doing is taken over by technology, you are left with being. And being is the realm of religiousness. The old religions are based on the work ethic, the idea that you are what you do. But the new religiousness is based on the play ethic, the idea that you are who you are when you have nothing to do. This is why I say religion is dead. The religions that glorified work and suffering have no place in a world of technological abundance. We need a religiousness that glorifies celebration and silence. Think about the Arhat again. Buddha says he is pure and spotless in his behavior. This purity is not a morality of thou shalt nots. It is a purity of isness. The Arhat acts out of total awareness, which means he acts out of the whole. When you act out of the whole, your action is flawless. It is not that you are trying to be perfect. It is that the ego, the source of all imperfection, is gone. The ego is the spot on the mirror. When the mirror is clear, it reflects the truth perfectly. That reflection is the Arhat's behavior. You have been taught to be responsible to your parents, to your society, to your nation. But I tell you, your only real responsibility is to your own awareness. This is what it means to leave the parents and go out of the home. It means to take your destiny into your own hands. It means to realize that you are not a branch of the family tree. You are a seed with your own potential for flowering. The mummy wants you to be a branch because a branch is part of her. But a seed is independent. A seed can grow into a new tree. To be a samana is to be this seed. It is to exert yourself for the attainment of the fruits of saintship. And what are these fruits? They are not powers. They are not miracles. The fruit of saintship is simply the ability to be alone without being lonely. It is the ability to look at a tree and see the divinity in it. It is the ability to move through the marketplace with a heart full of silence. It is the ability to live in a world of material things and yet be immaterial in your being. In Beyond and Beyond, I emphasize that truth can never become old. It is the ancient, but it is always new. This is a paradox that the mind cannot grasp. The mind thinks that anything ancient must be old and dusty. But in the spiritual world, the more ancient something is, the fresher it is. The silence of the Himalayas is ancient, but is it old? The light of the sun is ancient, but is it old? Truth is the heartbeat of existence, and the heart never gets old. It only stops when the life is gone. Organized religion is the attempt to preserve the heartbeat after the life is gone. It is a museum of dead experiences. You go to a temple and you see a statue. You go to a church and you hear a sermon. These are echoes of someone else's realization. They are second-hand. But why settle for an echo when the original sound is available to you right now? Why settle for a menu when the feast is ready? The technological revolution is clearing the table, It is removing the rubbish of survival. It is making it possible for every human being to be an aristocrat of the soul. In the past, only kings and queens had leisure. Now technology will give leisure to everyone. And this is the danger. If you don't know how to meditate, leisure will become your enemy. You will become bored, you will become restless, you will become violent. You will use your leisure to destroy yourself because you don't know how to enjoy your own being. This is where religiousness without religion comes in. It is the art of enjoying your own existence. It is the door of feeling. In the eternal quest, I talk about how science is observation and philosophy is speculation, but religion is transformation. Transformation means changing the very quality of your consciousness. It means moving from a state of unconscious reactivity to a state of conscious response. The mummy culture has trained you to react. Someone pushes a button and you get angry. Someone pushes another button and you feel guilty. You are like a machine with many buttons, and the world is constantly pressing them. A samana is one who has disconnected the buttons. He still feels, he still lives, he still loves, but he is no longer a victim of external circumstances. He is the master of his own inner climate. To become this master, you must understand the mind. You must see how the mind uses knowledge to hide the truth. Knowledge is always about the past. You know what a rose is because you have seen roses before. But the moment you label the flower a rose, you stop seeing it. You see the label, not the flower. The label is material. The flower's isness is immaterial. To comprehend the immaterial is to look at the flower without the label. It is to see the mystery of the flower as if for the first time. This not knowing is the highest form of intelligence. It is the state of a Buddha. A Buddha is not someone who knows everything. A Buddha is someone who has realized that everything is unknowable. The mind thinks that because it can give a name to something, it knows it. But the name is not the thing. The word water cannot quench your thirst. To be religious is to go beyond the names, beyond the words, beyond the mind, into the living reality. This journey beyond and beyond is what your life is for. Everything else is just a preparation. Your work, your family, your society, These are just the scenery on the road. Don't get so fascinated by the scenery that you forget you are a traveler. And don't get so attached to the traveler that you forget you are the journey itself. In the discipline of transcendence, Buddha says that those who reach the source and comprehend the immaterial are called samanas. The source is the point where you and the universe meet. It is the 0 point. It is the moment where the individual disappears and only presence remains. This source is not outside of you. It is not in a distant heaven or an ancient temple. It is right here in the center of your heart. But to find it, you must be silent. You must be still. You have been taught that stillness is a lack of activity. But real stillness is a state of intense inactivity. It is like the stillness of a whirlpool. There is immense energy, but it is centered. When you are centered, you are at the source. And when you are at the source, you comprehend the immaterial. You realize that you are not the body, you are not the mind, you are not the bandages, you are the light. This light has no expiration date. It is the ancient eternal. It was there before the mummy was born, and it will be there after the mummy is gone. It is your true identity. But to experience it, you must have the courage to be nobody. You must have the courage to stand alone. In religion's expiration date, I define religion as what a man does in his aloneness. Why? Because in aloneness the other is gone. And when the other is gone, the ego has nothing to lean on. It collapses. And in that collapse, the divinity is revealed. Society is terrified of this aloneness. It wants to keep you in a group. It wants you to be a member of a church, a citizen of a nation, a part of a family. It wants you to be a fragment, but I want you to be a whole. And wholeness is only possible in aloneness. This is the radical vision, a world of whole individuals who are so rooted in their own being that they can love without attachment, work without greed, and live without fear. The technological man of the future will have to be a sramana. There is no other way to survive the coming abundance. If we don't move from the material to the immaterial, our own wealth will stifle us. Our own machines will bore us to death. We need a new dimension of life, the dimension of meditation, the dimension of religiousness without religion. Look at your life. How much of it is spent in rubbish? How much of it is spent in carrying the bandages of the past? How much of it is spent in fulfilling the mummy's expectations? I tell you, life is too short to be anyone else. It is time to be yourself. It is time to leave the home and reach the source. Don't wait for a better time. There is no better time than now. Tomorrow is the biggest lie the mind has ever invented. Truth is always today. Freedom is always now. The expiration date of the old is here. Let it go. Let the dead bury their dead. You are alive. Be alive totally. In the discipline of transcendence, Buddha gives us a map of the inner territory, the Srotapanna, the Iskridagamin, the Angamin, the Arhat. But don't get lost in the map. The map is just a pointer. The territory is your own consciousness. Enter it, explore it. Become the master of your own immaterial source. This is the most excellent way. It is the way of the rebel, the way of the lover, the way of the Buddha. It is the way of beyond and beyond. And it is available to you in every breath, in every heartbeat, in every moment of silence. The mind will tell you that you need more knowledge, more study, more technique. Don't listen to it. You don't need to know more, you need to be more. You don't need more bandages, you need more fire. Let the truth burn away everything that is not you. Let the source reveal itself in its pure immaterial light. We are standing at the threshold of a new humanity. The old man, the religious man, the political man, the moral man is dying. And it is good that he is dying. He was a mummy. He was a burden on the earth. The new man is being born. The man of awareness, the man of celebration, the man of meditation. Be that new man. Be the divinity personified. Reach the source and comprehend the immaterial. Live your truth and let that truth be your only religion. This is the radical vision. This is the only way to come home. Listen to the silence that follows these words. That silence is the source. That silence is the immaterial. That silence is you. Every word I speak is an invitation to that silence. Every pointer I give is a way to help you find your own way. I am not your leader. I am your friend. I am here to share my joy with you. to share my fire with you, but you must be willing to burn. You must be willing to lose everything to find the ancient eternal. Don't be afraid. The fire of awareness does not burn you. It only burns the rubbish. It only burns the mummy bandages. It leaves you pure and spotless. It leaves you as an arhat. It leaves you as a Buddha. So walk into the fire. Enter the stream. Reach the source. Comprehend the immaterial. This is the most excellent way. This is the beyond and beyond. This is the only truth that matters. As you go about your life, keep this silence in your heart. Let it be the background of all your activities, whether you are eating, whether you are walking, whether you are talking. Be the witness. Be the immaterial light, and you will find that the eternal quest has reached its destination. You are home. You are the source. You are the ancient eternal in a new form. Religion is dead. Let it be dead. Be religious. Be the living, breathing, dancing truth. This is the radical vision. This is the only way to be. Look at the sky. It has no walls. Your being is like that sky. Don't let anyone put walls around it. Not the priest, not the politician, not the mummy. Stay vast. Stay infinite. Stay true to your own immaterial source. In the discipline of transcendence, it is said that the spirit of the Anagamin ascends to the heaven. Let your spirit ascend today, not after you die, but while you are still alive. Ascend from the material to the immaterial, from the mind to the source, from the mummy to the mother. This is the real ascension. This is the real resurrection. Reach the source, my beloveds. Reach the source and find the peace that surpasses all understanding. Find the joy that is eternal. Find the love that is the fragrance of your own being. The morning is here. The sun is rising. The source is calling. Can you hear it? It is the sound of your own heart. It is the ancient truth that is always new. Reach the source. Comprehend the immaterial. Be the light. This is the end of the quest. This is the beginning of the dance. The dance has no end, just as the source has no bottom. When you have reached this realization, you no longer look for God in the sky. You look for the divine in the very act of looking. This is the ultimate religiousness without religion. You are now a samana who has gone beyond the need for a home. Because the whole universe is your home, you are an arhat who is so pure that you don't even have to think about being good. Your goodness is your nature. But remember, this transition from the old, dead corpse of religion to the living, breathing reality of religiousness is a path you must support within yourself every single day. If you feel that these insights, these reflections on the expiration date of our social conditioning are providing you with the light you need to walk your path, then I invite you to become a pillar of this community by hitting the subscribe button and turning on the notification bell. You are not just following a channel, you are joining a global gathering of seekers who are ready to drop the rubbish. If this talk has touched something deep in your heart, please like this video and share it with those you know are struggling with the heavy bandages of tradition. Your engagement helps the algorithm find the thirsty souls in the desert of belief. And for those of you who feel a deep resonance and want to help us keep this radical vision alive, consider using the super thanks button to offer a gesture of gratitude. Your contributions directly support the production of these high fidelity experiences and ensure that this fire continues to burn for all who need it. You can also click the join button to become a member of our inner circle, gaining access to exclusive content and supporting the continuity of this work. To dive even deeper into the mysteries of the discipline of transcendence and the eternal quest, I highly recommend exploring our ebooks available in the description. These are not just books, they are mirrors for your awakening, designed to help you reach the source and comprehend the immaterial in your own time, in your own aloneness. In Beyond and Beyond, I spoke about how the expressed might change, but the unexpressed is the ancient. This unexpressed truth is what you are experiencing when the mind falls silent. We are at the dawn of the second revolution, the technological revolution. As I have explained, technology will eventually make human labor superfluous. When that day comes, and it is coming faster than you think, the old mummy of organized religion will have nothing left to offer. It will not be able to tell you how to spend your leisure, how to find meaning in a world without struggle, or how to face the void of your own being. Only religiousness can do that. The technological man of the future will be a meditation man, or he will be nothing at all. He will either learn to use the join and super thanks features of his digital life to support the growth of consciousness, or he will be consumed by the boredom of his own material success. You have the opportunity right now to be the pioneers of this new humanity. Don't wait for the collapse of society to start your inner work. Start now. Reach the source. When you comprehend the immaterial, you realize that your love, your awareness, and your silence are the only things that are real. Everything else is a dream. The mummy tapes are a dream. The national boundaries are a dream. The material objects you possess are a dream. To be religious is to wake up from the dream. And when you wake up, you find that you are divinity personified. You are the ancient eternal, dancing in a new form. This vision is radical because it leaves no room for the middleman. It leaves no room for the priest, the politician, or the mummy. It places the entire responsibility for your life on your own shoulders, and that is exactly where it belongs. Responsibility is the flip side of freedom. If you want to be free, you must be responsible for your own consciousness. You must be willing to leave the home of your mind every day and stand in the unknown. If you are ready for this responsibility, leave a comment below. Write, "I am reaching the source," or "I am leaving the mummy." Let these words be a declaration of your intent. When you comment, you are not just typing text, you are crystallizing your own awareness. You are sharing your journey with others, creating a network of light that can withstand the darkness of our age. Our ebooks are specifically curated to guide you through these transitions. They take the expressed words of the past and use them to point toward the unexpressed silence of your future. By purchasing these ebooks, you are investing in your own transformation and supporting our ability to bring these teachings to millions of others. And if you have already been touched by this work, the Super Thanks feature is a beautiful way to say, "I see the light and I want to help it shine brighter." The Arhat is spotless because he has no ego spots. He is like a sky with no clouds. This can be your state. Don't let the mummy convince you that you are a sinner. You are a sacredness. Don't let the expired religions tell you that you need to be saved. You only need to be discovered. The source is not somewhere else. It is the very ground on which you are standing. But to see the ground, you must stop looking at the sky for a savior. As we conclude this long journey through the landscape of the Spirit, Remember that the religion is dead only so that religiousness can live. The expiration of the old is the birth of the new. We are moving from the age of belief to the age of experience. We are moving from the age of the mummy to the age of the individual. This is the radical vision of Osho. This is the call of the beyond and beyond. Thank you for being part of this gathering. Thank you for having the courage to listen, to doubt, and to see. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share. Your support through the join button and super thanks is what allows us to keep this flame burning. And do check out our ebooks to continue your exploration of the eternal quest. The morning is here, the sun is high, the source is overflowing. Reach it, drink from it. Be the light that you have always been. The eternal quest has ended because you have finally realized that there is nowhere to go. You have come home to yourself. Religion is dead. Be religious. This is the final word. This is the only word. Stay in the silence. Stay in the awareness. Stay in the love. Goodbye, my friends. Goodbye, my beloveds. Until we meet again in the silence of the beyond.